Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 692. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Are you here to light my fire? Come on, baby. Light my fire. Alright, set phasers to flaming. Alright. So some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and to find support. After 692 pills, 692 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, oh boy does she now. Hell, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record, on cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harness the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. In an echo chamber created by me that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show on a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab and see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me, I wanna be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally, lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it'd be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love! Woo! All right, hey Gustavo. Who else all did I see there? Isaac, hello. Isaac's getting his own sweatband. Dang it. Oh, I saw lots of people. Hello. Sorry I didn't say hi right away at the beginning. I like to get the premise out. That way, first timers watching the show after it's over if they come across the show, they'll be like, oh, well, that's what the show is about. Dang it. AJ, hello. Thank you. Oh, what's the next step here? We got the show danged already. We got one of the fires lit. It's time to bang it and dang it and double dog dang it. Hammer, screw. It's time to raise the floor, right? Other places they raise the roof. But here we blow the motherfucking roof off and raise the floor because the rising floor lifts all feet. Audra, hello. Dang it. Hammer, screw, nail, pound. Construction noises. All right. Time to raise the floor. Hey Chris, welcome back. Hello. AJ's still on his airsoft. Woo. Oh, I don't know, Sal. I don't know. Hey, Jess. Hey, Melissa, Vanessa. I haven't got a chance to look at it yet. Not yet, AJ. I'll check it out. Hey, Aid. Aid Hicks, hello. Welcome. Just getting the show built up here. Time to break it down. Just about time to break it down. All right. Is it airsoft season? Hey, Millie. Hello. Dang it. Dang it, the heck. I don't think the studies have been done as much. I would say if you're engaging in risky behavior, that PrEP is better than nothing if you're... but I don't know. I wonder that, like... There also, I don't think there's not studies for about sharing needles for U equals U either, but I think I don't know that's a good question. But I think if a person is engaging in risky behavior, it's certainly better to have it than not. Sal, that's yesterday's words of the day. We'll get to new ones here. But first, we'll break it down. So, some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. Oh, Matthew. We'll give you a shout out, Matthew. We'll start over and do the premise right here. Matthew D. Wham. Hey, Tina Baker. Break it up, break it down, break it all around. I was about 35, Chris. I was about 35 years old. When I came out as bisexual. My wife knew. I actually had come out to her when we were friends. And that's kind of what precipitated us becoming a couple. But first let's do Matthew D. Wham, and then we'll do the premise, and then if you're still curious, I'll tell you more about my coming out story. Matthew D. Wham, we love you! Welcome, Matthew D. Wham, to Jason is a Social Scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 692. You were wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 692 pills, 692 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy, does she knell. Hell, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record, and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harness the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye. I am what I am. a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab, see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me, I wanna be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fill me. Creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it'd be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Alright. Hey there, Amy Baca gets me higher than Flocka. Hello. Oh, nice. Oh, Kyle's also an airsoft fan. There you go. Oh, congratulations on the new place, Baca. Hey there, Michelle. Hello. Alright, now we gotta get the other fire lit. Oh, wait, where's my trolley? Dang it the heck. Where's my trolley? Somebody, Nikki Martin sent me these in the mail. I don't know where she got them from, though. I think Amazon, I think they came from. Nikki Martin sent me these in the mail. Oh, well, thank you, Michelle. Alright. Now we just gotta get the other fireplace lit. Yes, Matthew, yes, do whatever you say. All right, go gadget, mini fireplace. Yes, Matthew, All right, go gadget, mini fireplace. Oh my goodness, Courtney. Crazy. AJTHY. Great. Cool, AJ, cool. Alright. Dang it, now I don't know what to say next. Matthew doesn't know what to tell me. Like, Matthew has writer's block. Alright, dang it to heck. We got a couple potatoes left. Might heat those up later. That's a good idea. Thank you, Kimberly. You're crazy, Courtney. Afternoon. Oh, are you in Australia or New Zealand or something, Sue Ellen? I think it's morning in the UK. All right. Good night, Kimberly Jackson. All right, the first new word of the day is stream. All right. Do not cross the streams. And the second new word of the day is a dog stream. All right. You don't want to get in a dog stream. Woo. All right. So far away. Cheers to you, Kyle. Oh. Well, thanks for trying, Michelle. Thanks for trying. Am I okay? I'm only... let's see. Well, I don't know if they're... they don't sound very straight to me, all these guys. All right. Dang it. Oh, I do, Tom. Say piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse. Got the... And the words of the day are a homage to Pee-wee. Let's give Courtney a shout out. Courtney Hope, we love you. Courtney Hope, we love you. communion.
Courtney, Hope, we love you.
We read some Edgar Allan Poe last night. All right. Good boys, good boy. Communion. Courtney, Hope, we love you. All right, all right. No, Kyle has to work. That's no fun. Dang it, dang it. All right, one more hit here. Don't work too hard. Don't work too hard. All right, all right. So now what? Now what? Sorry, man. Here you go, Sal. Dang, that's fiery language.
Courtney, Hope, we love you.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. little frustrated with the formatting on the Facebook page. Can't. I don't know. It seems glitchy. I want to set it so, you know, they have different templates, and, you know, if your page is like represents a restaurant or a non-profit organization or I don't know. And mine, the most fitting one for mine is a video page, right? That like, and I like the format of it, except for whatever reason, and this is the only template, you can't change any of the tabs on it, so you can't show the reviews the page gets. So I can't show, you know, and I think that's a nice part, you know, a thing I still want people to be able to see. And but the video page is also the only one that sets it, or so you can turn on Facebook badges for people who follow or like the page. So, and I thought that those would be fun to have. So you guys, you know, the people who comment the most, I don't know, or you just get little badges next to your name. Hey, Naleli. What are we gonna grow? Dang it, dang it, dang it. Growth is important, I guess. Dang it, dang it. So that's frustrating. I can't get it to... I turned on the video page just to see if people get badges tonight, because like I didn't list any. But now that maybe people are commenting tonight, you'll get badges. Charlie Brown, hello.
Courtney Hope, we love you.
Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Interesting variation on the spelling. I've been around, Eric. I've been around. A little harder to catch lately, but I'm not too. Been here every night though. Still pop in for the pill. Oh my goodness. I need to go get some candy. I don't think you ever stop thinking about it, AJ. It's all good though. Passion is important. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Yeah. Passion is almost an essential ingredient to a fulfilled life, right? Passion, the opposite of apathy. Too many people have apathy. Hey there, Chris Hood. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Well, I make myself available, right? That helps, I think. Dang it, dang it, dang it. At least you pop in for me, Chris Hood. Hello, hello. All right, Kyle Steve Smith, don't work too hard. A line of what there, Sal, if you want to care to share. Your package has apathy? All right, all right. Dang it, dang it. Good evening, Jennifer Buchanan. Hello. I would say I have passion in doing the show. The show has brought me a form of passion. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I can't say that I was truly passionate about my work as a nurse, or my work as a CNA, or my work as a waiter, or anything. You know, I can't say that I really partially, I think I just felt handicapped. You know, like, it's hard to be passionate when you're like, I don't know. Like when you don't feel like you're really, it was hard for me to be passionate about when I didn't really feel like I was really accomplishing anything. You know, as a nursing assistant, you know, like the way the staffing was, all the residents were neglected. You're just barely scraping by. It's really hard to feel good about what you're doing when you're just like, you know, making people wait for a call light to be answered for an hour or more, you know, like, because if all your patients have call lights, I don't know, it's just like, it's really difficult. You have 11 patients, you can't, and they all need something at once, it's like you can't, so you just go one to the next one. I don't know. And I don't know. Let's go back to what Mr. Rogers says, though. We're not looking to the external is never going to really fulfill you anyway, right? We're all fancy and fine just the way we are. I don't know. I'm just rambling. Those look painful. Airsoft is the same thing as paintball. It looks painful. I don't beat myself up. You know, like, I think I did the best I could. It's just hard to feel good about what you're doing. And I think working on the psych unit, too, was similar, too. It's like, you know, people come in for... I was there for 12 years, and the length of stay shrank over time, you know, from average of 7 to average of 3 to 5 days. And... you know, like, people come in, I'd meet them for, you know, like, a short period of time in their life and send them back out the door into whatever shitty circumstances that, I don't know. So I never really felt like I never really developed relationships with people. I don't know. It's funny when I feel like before I stopped working, I felt more kinship with the patients than I did with my coworkers. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like I experienced discrimination and from my, on the part of my coworkers. And I don't know. It's like not just my coworkers, like everybody. Feels like everybody I knew, and I don't know. It was difficult though because even though I felt kinship with the patient, I wasn't a patient, so I couldn't. I'd had to still maintain professional boundaries and. Mason. Like a mason jar. There's somebody named Mason here. I don't know. I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to be the man who haven to your door. Who doesn't like the show? Everybody likes the show. I didn't even see anything negative. I suppose it's all about the equipment, eh? Hi, Tammy. I don't even know.
Courtney Hope, we love you.
Oh, I like that song. Your name always makes me think of it, even though it's not. Haver, is that what the word they use, I think? Battle Armor He-Man. Yeah. haven't given that any thought, Eric. That's good, Matthew. That's good. I'll keep you out of trouble. Hey, got the ceiling up.
Courtney Hope, we love you.
Should we play some Bop It? Ah!
You have expelled yourself. Score 82.
82.
Pop it to start. I'll just switch on for a while.
Well, I'll be positive enough for both of them.
Courtney Hope.
All right. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. It's quiet, it's quiet. I don't know. Thank you, thank you. Maybe we should listen to a record. Let's try this one, the minor song. cracking this record. Let's try this one, Roller Coaster. Henry Renee and his orchestra.
Good girl. Good girl.
Drop it. Drop it. It's getting stuck in your mouth, doesn't it? Let go. Drop it. Drop it. Good girl. Go get it. Go get it. Go get it. Go get it. Go get it, Sophie. Okay, this one's I'm in Love Again. Sit. Lay down. Good girl. Good girl. You're a naughty dog, Zoe. Hello, Teresa. Welcome aboard. Nice to see you. Dang it. We haven't read much of this. We should read this. The World According to Mr. Rogers. Important things to remember. The courage to be yourself. Discovering the truth about ourselves is a lifetime's work, but it's worth the effort. Some days, doing the best we can, in quotes, may still fall short of what we would like to be able to do. But life isn't perfect on any front, and doing what we can with what we have is the most we should expect of ourselves or anyone else. Confronting our feelings and giving them appropriate expression always takes strength, not weakness. It takes strength to talk about our feelings and to reach out for help and comfort when we need it. Who you are inside is what helps you make and do everything in life. Whatever we choose to imagine can be as private as we want it to be. Nobody knows what you're thinking or feeling unless you share it. Sometimes I feel like people can read my mind. Not literally, but it feels like I wear my thinking on my face. All right. How many times have you noticed that it's the little quiet moments in the midst of life that seem to give the rest extra special meaning? When my mother or my grandmother tried to keep me from climbing too high, my grandfather would say, "Let the kid walk on the wall. He's got to learn to do things for himself." I loved my grandfather for trusting me so much. It's not the honors and the prizes and the fancy outsides of life that ultimately nourish our souls. It's knowing that we can be trusted, that we never have to fear the truth, that the bedrock of our very being is firm. Solitude is different from loneliness, and it doesn't have to be a lonely kind of thing. You rarely have time for everything you want in this life, so you need to make choices, and hopefully your choices can come from a deep sense of who you are. All life events are formative. All contribute to what we become year by year as we go on growing. As my friend, the poet Kenneth Cock, once said, "You aren't just the age you are all the ages you have ever been." I've often hesitated in beginning a project because I've thought it'll never turn out to be even remotely like the good idea I have as I start. I could just feel how good it could be. But I decided that for the present I would create the best way I know how and accept the ambiguities. I believe it's a fact of life that what we have is less important than what we make out of what we have. The same holds true for our families. It's not how many people there are in a family that counts, but rather the feelings among the people who are there. When I was a boy, I used to think that strong meant having big muscles, great physical power. But the longer I lived, the more I realized that real strength has much more to do with what is not seen. Real strength has to do with helping others. The thing I remember best about successful people I've met all through the years is their obvious delight in what they're doing. And it seems to have very little to do with worldly success. They just love what they're doing, and they love it in front of others. Little by little, human beings are confronted with situations that give us more and more clues that we aren't perfect. All our lives, we rework the things from our childhood, like feeling good about ourselves, managing our angry feelings, being able to say goodbye to people we love. The child is me still, and sometimes not so still. Hey, for real. Stanfield, don't harass people, please. Understanding love is one of the hardest things in the world. Deep within us, no matter who we are, there lives a feeling of wanting to be lovable, of wanting to be the kind of person that others like to be with. And the greatest thing we can do is let people know that they are loved and capable of loving. Love isn't a state of perfect caring. It is an active noun like struggle. To love someone is to strive, to accept that person exactly the way he or she is right here and now. Each generation, in its turn, is a link between all that has gone before and all that comes after. That is true genetically, and it is equally true in the transmission of identity. Our parents give us what they were able to give, and we took what we could of it, and we made it part of ourselves. We, in our turn, will offer what we can of ourselves to our children and their offspring. It's the people we love the most who can make us feel the gladdest and the maddest. Love and anger are such a puzzle. If the day ever came when we were able to accept ourselves and our children exactly as we and they are, then I believe we would have come very close to an ultimate understanding of what good parenting means. It's part of being human to fall short of that total acceptance, and often far short. But one of the most important gifts a parent can give a child is the gift of accepting that child's uniqueness. It always helps to have people who we love beside us when we have to do difficult things in life. One of my wise teachers, Dr. William F. Orr, told me there's only one thing evil cannot stand, and that is forgiveness. Love and trust, and the space between what's said and what's heard in our life can make all the difference in the world. There's something unique about being a member of a family that really needs you in order to function well. One of the deepest longings a person can have is to feel needed and essential. Actor David Carradine, son of John Carradine, said in gratitude of his father's accomplishments, "I could stand on his shoulders and feel twice as tall. That each generation could stand on the shoulders of the last and feel twice as tall is a poetic hope for all our families." The gifts we treasure most over the years are often small and simple, in easy times and in tough times. What seems to matter most is the way we show those nearest us that we've been listening to their needs, to their joys, and to their challenges. As parents, we need to try to find the security within ourselves to accept the fact that children and parents won't always like each other's actions. But we need to know that, at the same time, that moments of conflict have nothing to do with whether parents and children really love one another. It's our continuing love for our children that makes us want them to become all they can be, capable of making sound choices. Forgiveness is a strange thing. It can sometimes be easier to forgive our enemies than our friends. It can be hardest of all to forgive people we love. Like all of life's important coping skills, the ability to forgive and the capacity to let go of resentments most likely take root very early in our lives. In times of stress, the best thing we can do for each other is to listen with our ears and our hearts, and to be assured that our questions are just as important as our answers. One of the strongest things we have to wrestle with in our lives is the significance of the longing for perfection in ourselves and in people bound to us by friendship or parenthood or childhood. The greatest gift you ever give is your honest self. It's not always easy for a father to understand the interests and the ways of his son. It seems the songs of our children may be in keys we've never tried. The melody of each generation emerges from all that's gone before. Each one of us contributes in some unique way to the composition of life. I believe that infants and babies whose mothers give them loving comfort whenever and however they can are truly the fortunate ones. I think they're more likely to find life's times of trouble manageable, and I think they may also turn out to be the adults that most able to pass loving concern along to the generations that follow them after. Learning and loving go hand in hand. My grandfather was one of those people who loved to live and loved to teach. He helped me find something wonderful in the smallest of things, and ever so carefully he helped me understand the enormous worth of every human being. In the external scheme of things, shining moments are as brief as the twinkling of an eye, yet such twinklings are what eternity is made of. Moments. When we human beings can say, "I love you, I'm proud of you, I forgive you, I'm grateful for you." That's what eternity is made of. Invisible, imperishable, good stuff. We need to help people discover the true meaning of love. Love is generally confused with dependence. Those of us who have grown in true love know that we can only in proportion to our capacity for our independence. Love is like infinity. You can't have more or less infinity, and you can't compare two things to see if they're equally infinite. Infinity just is, and that's the way I think love is, too. Human relationships are primary in all of living. When the gusty winds blow and shake our lives, if we know that people care about us, we may bend with the wind, but we won't break. When we love a person, we accept him or her exactly as is, the lovely with the unlovely, the strong along with the fearful, the true mixed in with the facade, and of course, the only way we can do it is by accepting ourselves that way. The challenges of inner discipline. Imagining something may be the first step in making it happen, but it takes the real time and real efforts of real people to learn things, make things, turn thoughts into deeds or visions into inventions. Discipline is a teaching, learning kind of relationship, as the similarity of the word disciple suggests. By helping our children learn to be self-disciplined, we are also helping them learn how to become independent of us, as sooner or later they must. And we are helping them learn how to be loving parents to children of their own. How great is it when we come to know that times of disappointment can be followed by times of fulfillment, that sorrow can be followed by joy, that guilt over falling short of our ideals can be replaced by pride in doing all that we can. and that anger can be channeled into creative achievements and into dreams that we can make come true. Hey, Laura. I like to swim, but there are some days I don't feel much like doing it. But I do it anyway. I know it's good for me, and I promise myself I'd do it every day, and I'd like to keep my promises. That's one of my disciplines, and it's a good feeling after you've tried and done something well. Inside you think, I've kept at this, and I've really learned it. Not by magic, but by my own work. What makes the difference between wishing and realizing our wishes? Lots of things, and it may take months or years for a wish to come true, but it's far more likely to happen when you care so much about a wish that you'll do all you can to make it happen. A young apprentice applied to a master carpenter for a job. The older man asked him, "Do you know your trade?" "Yes, sir," the young man replied proudly. "Have you ever made a mistake?" the older man inquired. "No, sir," the young man answered, feeling certain he would get the job. "Then there's no way I'm going to hire you," said the master carpenter, "because when you make one, you won't know how to fix it." There is no normal life that is free of pain. It's the very wrestling with our problems that can be the impetus for our growth. It came to me ever so slowly that the best way to know the truth was to begin trusting what my inner truth was and trying to share it, not right away, only after I had worked hard at trying to understand it. The great poet Rainier Marie Rilke wrote, "Be patient towards all that is unsolved in your heart, and learn to love the questions themselves." There is an old Italian proverb, "Chi va piano va sano va lontano." That means the person who goes quietly goes with health and goes far. Hurrying up and using a lot of shortcuts doesn't get us very far at all. I wrote in a song that in the long, long trip of growing, there are stops along the way. It's important to know when we need to stop, reflect, and receive. In our competitive world that might be called a waste of time, I've learned that those times can be the preamble to periods of enormous growth. What makes the difference between wishing and realizing our wishes? Lots of things, of course, but the main one, I think, is whether we link our wishes to our active work. It may take months or years, but it's far more likely to happen when we care so much that we'll work as hard as we can to make it happen. And when we're working toward the realization of our wishes, some of our greatest strengths come from the encouragement of people who care about us. When we can resign ourselves to the wishes that will never come true, there can be enormous energies available within us for whatever we can do. Feeling good about who we are doesn't come just from people telling us they like us. It comes from inside of us, knowing when we've done something helpful or when we've worked hard to learn something difficult or when we've stopped just when we were about to do something we shouldn't or when we've been especially kind to someone else. Along with the times that we're feeling good about who we are, we can experience times when we're feeling bad about who we are. It's true that we take a great deal of our own upbringing on into our adult lives and our lives as parents. But it's true, too, that we can change some of the things that we would like to change. It can be hard, but it can be done. As work grows out of play, an attitude toward work grows with it. An attitude that may persist all through our workaday life. That attitude can have a lot to do with how we accept challenges, how we can cope with failures, and whether we can find the inner fulfillment that makes working in and of itself worthwhile. We are all neighbors. From the song, Won't You Be My Neighbor? I've always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Danger. It's no secret that I like to get to know people, and not just the outside stuff of their lives. I like to try to understand the meaning of who people are and what they're saying to me. As human beings, our job in life is to help people realize how rare and valuable each one of us really is. that each of us has something that no one else has or ever will have, something inside that is unique to all time. It's our job to encourage each other to discover that uniqueness and provide ways of developing its expression. When I was very young, most of my childhood heroes wore capes, flew through the air, or picked up buildings with one arm. They were spectacular and got a lot of attention. But as I grew, my heroes changed so that now I can honestly say that anyone who does anything to help a child is a hero to me. We want to raise our children so that they can take a sense of pleasure in both their own heritage and the diversity of others. When you combine your own intuition with sensitivity to other people's feelings and moods, you may be close to the origins of valuable human attributes such as generosity, altruism, compassion, sympathy, and empathy. Jane Addams, writing about her 20 years at Hull House, said, "People did not want to hear about simple things. They wanted to hear about great things, simply told." Music has given me a way of expressing my feelings and my thoughts, and it has also given me a way of understanding more about life. For example, as you play together in a symphony orchestra, you can appreciate that each musician has something fine to offer. Each one is different, though, and each have a different song to sing. When you sing together, you make one voice. That's true of all endeavors, not just musical ones. Finding ways to harmonize our uniqueness with the uniqueness of others can be the most fun and most rewarding of all. If you could only sense how important you are to the lives of those you meet, how important you can be to the people you may never even dream of, there is something of yourself that you leave at every meeting with another person. Whether you're a preschooler or a young teen or a graduating college senior or a retired person, we human beings all want to know that we're acceptable, that our being alive somehow makes a difference in the lives of others. The real issue in life is not how many blessings we have, but what we do with our blessings. Some people have many blessings and hoard them. Some have a few and give everything away. The purpose of life is to listen to yourself, to your neighbor, to your world, and to God, FSM. And when the time comes, to respond in a helpful way as you can find from within and without. Please think of the children first. If you ever have anything to do with their entertainment, their food, their toys, their custody, their day or night care, their health care, their education, listen to the children, learn about them, learn from them. Think of the children first. Speaking of children, I heard on the news today that they're moving like 13,000 migrant children into tent cities under the cover of night. One of the greatest dignities of humankind is that each successive generation is invested in the welfare of each new generation. Just a further blemish on our country. Hopefully things will change sometime. Let's see, more and more I've come to understand that listening is one of the most important things we can do for one another. Whether the other be an adult or a child, our engagement in listening to who that person is can often be our greatest gift. Whether that person is speaking or playing or dancing, building or singing or painting, if we care, we can listen. Peace means far more than the opposite of war. Beside my chair is a saying in French. It inspires me every day. It's a sentence from Saint Exupéry's The Little Prince, and it reads, "L'essentiel est invisible pour les yeux." What is essential is invisible to the eyes. The closer we get to know the truth of that sentence, the closer I feel we get to wisdom. That which has any real value in life in any millennium is very simple, very deep, and very simple. It happens inside of us, and the essential invisible part of us, and that is what allows everyone to be a potential neighbor. The urge to make and build seems to be an almost universal human characteristic. It goes way beyond meeting our need for survival and seems to be the expression of some deep-rooted part of being human. But we don't have to understand all of someone else's creative efforts. What's important is that we communicate our respect for their attempts to express what's inside themselves. As different as we are from one another, as unique as each one of us is, we are much more the same than we are different. That may be the most essential message of all, as we help our children growing toward being caring, compassionate, and charitable adults. I definitely concur with that. Imagine what our real neighborhoods would be like if each of us offered, as a matter of course, just one kind word to another person. There have been so many stories about the lack of courtesy, the impatience of today's world, road rage, and even restaurant rage. Sometimes all it takes is one kind word to nourish another person. Think of the ripple effect that can be created when we nourish someone. One kind, empathetic word has a wonderful way of turning into many. When I was a boy and I would see scary things in the news, my mother would say to me, "Look for the helpers. You'll always find people who are helping." To this day, especially in times of disaster, I remember my mother's words, and I'm always comforted by realizing that there are still so many helpers, so many caring people in the world. You don't ever have to do anything sensational for people to love you. When I say it's you I like, I'm talking about the part of you that knows that life is far more than anything you can ever see or hear or touch. That the deep part of you that allows you to stand for those things without which humankind cannot survive. Love that conquers hate, peace that rises triumphant over war, and justice that proves more powerful than greed. So in all that you do, in all your life, I wish you the strength and the grace to make those choices which will allow you and your neighbor to become the best of whoever you are. I consider what I do through Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood is my ministry. Ministry doesn't have to be only through a church or even through an ordination, and I think we can all minister to others in this world by being compassionate and caring. I hope that you will feel good enough about yourselves that you will want to minister to others, and that you will find your own unique ways to do that. Wow, now I even feel better. Well, I am an ordained minister of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, though. So this is my ministry, I guess. Hooray! That was fun. When life hands you HIV, turn that shit into cool AIDS. That was the wisdom of Mr. Rogers. That is what we were reading. Maybe I'll heat up some potatoes. Heat up my potatoes from earlier. Let's see if Laura wants one. Maybe I'll do the dishes here quick. communion. Communion. It's okay to eat.
Are you still doing? Oh.
outside, Sophie. Potatoes go back in the oven. 10 minutes, let's say, at 350. Okay, dishes are all in the dishwasher. We'll start the dishwasher after we eat these potatoes. Hello, hello, hello. I love you too, for real. AJ's going to bed too. Good night, everyone. I'm hanging in there, man. Danny, how are you? I enjoyed reading that. The wisdom of Mr. Rogers. Oh, they love the new school. It's so much better. The neighborhoods, you know, they still have friends in the neighborhood that go to that school, and I'm so glad they don't anymore. Was talking about how a kid was self-harming at school. And there was already different kids self-harming. There was a boy, and it was like, yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot of behavior issues. Since kindergarten, it's just. I don't know. They don't cry about going to school every day anymore. All right, man, Danny. We'll stick it out. I know you were having a hard time last night. You still feeling ugh? Reading the book kind of like, I don't know, that some of them, especially about things not having to be perfect, and I don't know, just make the best with what you got. Is it your boy? Oh, nothing. The new school is fine now. Like there was like lots of. If you're talking about in previous schools, in his previous school, lots of stuff happened. That was the cliche. Don't let the perfection, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. see. Yeah, you said that last night too, right, Shelby? Welcome back. Welcome back. That's all. It's fun to see some Blaine. It's good to see you too. It's fun to see some familiar faces. Hello, hello. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh. I'm missing what's going on, Jeanette. I'm sorry, though. Cattywampus. Dang it, dag. Sorry, Blaine. That's a funny word, though. It's never a good idea to take suicidal gestures as a joke, that's for sure. Every situation's different, but I don't know but if somebody would call the hospital who was suicidal, I always refer them to, you can always go to the emergency room. You can always call the paramedics, you can always call the police. There's some circumstances where the police can be dangerous themselves, though. I didn't see what happened, so. quite hot enough yet. Just wait, Sophie. No baked potatoes on the menu. Baked potatoes. Hey, Esther. Alright. After this song, they should be hot. In just a breathless moment now, the violin will sound. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down. We'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with the star fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. Will go waltzing with me in the air? Hey, I'll step into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to the fairly well and never let you go. Dance you in my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down. We'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with the star fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to a fairly well and never let you go. The potatoes are just about ready. Did you hear me? I think it needs another 5 minutes, man. It takes a long time to even heat up. I don't like sweet potatoes. Ugh. Sounds even worse, Sam. No, I think I've had them with brown sugar. Certainly with marshmallows. I don't like them fried or anything like that either. Like, just I like parsnips. I like parsnips. They look like white carrots. They don't taste like carrots either. grandpa used to fry parsnips in butter, I think, too. Oh, let's just listen to one more song. Nothing wrong with a little meat on your bones. Oh, that sounds exciting, Brad. That's kind of you. What's in the box? That sounds fun, Brad. Did you have a good time? Hey, Joe. Hello, hello. I want to take this show on the road too. Someday. Burnt my bottom. All right, it's got to be warm now. get Laura her potato. Then she wants some water here. Hang on. Let's see how this potato is reheated in the oven. All right. And we want a bite of baked potato, sour cream and butter. Open wide. Tasty. Mem's good. Bread. Hey, Steven. Oh, it's good to see you. thought you ordered Coke with a Jinx. But it's funny. It's not quite as good as when they're first freshly baked. It has a similar flavor of like the aftertaste of the mashed potatoes in a TV dinner. It sort of makes sense, I guess. Reheated potatoes in the oven. We can give a shout out to Nick for sure.
Nick, we love you.
Oh, it's super exciting, Steven. Yeah, I'm super excited. All right. Aw. My friend I took to my wedding. His name was Nick too. My brother's for the best man, but I only took one friend to Jamaica with me, and it was him. Nick. Oh, let's see.
Nick, we love you.
All right, all right. One more potato. Oh, I hate coconut milk. Or coconut water or whatever it is. One more bite for you guys. Open wide. When I was a kid, I used to really like the fresh milk at the fair. It was like 10 cents a glass.
Nick, we love you.
Are we talking about allergic to antibiotics? I'm not, unfortunately. I'm not allergic to very much. I was allergic to the pertussis vaccine when I was a kid, but that's the only thing I've ever been allergic to. My legs all swelled up, I guess. I don't know. I know, like, there's like a certain percentage of people have an aversion to it, though. It tastes like soap. It tastes like soap to people. I don't know. Well, you don't have the gene then. You don't have the gene. Yeah, for some people, it has an overwhelming taste of. I like it too. I like it in salsa. I think it's the minority of people. It's like 25% of people or something like that.
Nick, we love you.
End up in. So that actually turns into soap, eh? Crazy. You're not far away then. You're not far away. I want to see that. You can do tricks, Mama G. Come on down, Brad. Come on down. Hey. Bring Lucy if you can. But not necessary. You can come just as you are. Hey, LeBay.
Nick, we love you.
Yay! Sweet. Get here on the double. I have a special edition. I've been missing her lately. I've been missing her. It hasn't even been that long. Sweet, sweet. Are you watching Matrix Reloaded? That would be fun. That would be fun. I had a good time with Levi the other day. Or not the other day, but the second to last time I did it. This is the first time I done it with somebody here on the show. For yourself too, Jeanette? Dang it, dang it, dang it. Come with Brad, Jeanette. Come with Brad. We'll all do it together. We'll all do her together. It went pretty good. It went pretty good. I think Levi said the time I had two different kinds. The person I got it from had, and we did one kind. I didn't realize it, but the other kind was stronger, and so the one kind was a little bit weaker. So it was, but it was good. It was good. We had a good time, I think. Oh, well, I think anytime I have to it's not just a video call; it's a voice call too. If I hear somebody else's voice, I see their reaction. I don't know. It just it triggers my social anxiety. But by doing video memos and voice memos, text messages, I can do those. I don't do phone calls. I don't do like FaceTime calls. I don't know. I'm all right, Amber. How are you? Dang it! Dang it! And it's also like having a conversation with somebody when I'm live on the show is another level of anxiety too, because then it's not just having the conversation with the person, but it's also being observed while having the conversation. Becky gets it. Becky gets it. Me too, Jeanette. Me too. Now every time I expect to be a detective now as well. Ugh. How is everyone? Dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh. thanks for being it. Stopping in, Brad. Oh. What? Hopefully you can come and visit soon. That'd be awesome. That'd be really awesome. Come on the tablet. Sounds a little dirty. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Alright. Oh, we were gonna read some Poe. Maybe read another Edgar Allan Poe story. I don't know if I ever realized it before. He has the same middle name as me, though, too. Edgar Allan Poe.
Nick, we love you.
Let's try. Oh, I don't know which one. Let's try the premature burial. No, I'm just reading a story now. The premature burial. Oh, she's just keeping busy. All right, so there are certain themes of which the interest is all-absorbing, but which are too entirely horrible for the purpose of legitimate fiction. These the mere romanticist must eschew, if he do not wish to offend or to disgust. They are with propriety handled with only when the severity and majesty of truth sanctify and sustain them. We thrill, for example, with the most intense of pleasurable pain over the accounts of the passage of Beresina, of the earthquake at Lisbon, of the plague at London, of the massacre of St. Bartholomew, or the stifling of the 123 prisoners in the black hole at Calcutta. But in these accounts is the fact, it is the reality, it is the history which excites. As inventions, we should regard them with simple abhorrence. I have mentioned some few of the more prominent and august calamities on record, but in these it is the extent, not less than the character of the calamity which so vividly impresses the fancy. I need not remind the reader that from the long and weird catalogue of human miseries, I might have selected many individual instances more replete with essential suffering than any of these vast generalities of disaster. The true wretchedness, indeed, the ultimate woe, is particular, not diffuse. That the ghastly extremes of agony are endured by man, the unit, and never by man, the mass. For this, let us thank a merciful God. To be buried while alive is beyond question the most terrific of these extremes which has ever fallen to the lot of mere mortality. That it is frequently, very frequently, so fallen will scarcely be denied by those who think. The boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy and vague. Who shall say where the one ends and where the other begins? We know that there are diseases which occur total cessations of all apparent functions of vitality, and yet in which these cessations are merely suspensions, properly so called. They are only temporary pauses in the incomprehensible mechanism. A certain period elapses, and some unseen mysterious principle again sets in motion the magic pinions and the wizard wheels. The silver cord was not forever loosed, nor the golden bowl irreparably broken, but where meantime was the soul? Apart, however, from the inevitable conclusion a priori that such causes must produce such effects, that the well-known occurrence of such cases of suspended animation must naturally give rise, now and then, to premature interments. Apart from this consideration, we have the direct testimony of medical and ordinary experience to prove that a vast number of such interments have actually taken place. I might refer at once, if necessary, to 100 well authenticated instances, one of very remarkable character, and of which the circumstances may be fresh in the memory of some of my readers. Occurred not very long ago in the neighboring city of Baltimore, where it occasioned a painful, intense, and widely extended excitement. The wife of one of the most respectable citizens, a lawyer of eminence and a member of Congress, was seized with a sudden and unaccountable illness which completely baffled the skill of her physicians. After much suffering, she died, or was supposed to die. No one suspected, indeed, or had reason to suspect that she was not actually dead. She presented all the ordinary appearances of death. The face assumed the usual pinched and sunken outline. The lips were of the usual marble pallor. The eyes were lusterless. There was no warmth. Pulsation had ceased. For 3 days the body was preserved unburied, during which it had acquired a stony rigidity. The funeral, in short, was hastened on account of the rapid advance of what was supposed to be decomposition. The lady was deposited in her family vault, which for 3 subsequent years was undisturbed. At the expiration of this term it was opened for the reception of a sarcophagus, but alas, how fearful a shock awaited the husband, who personally threw open the door. As its portal swung outwardly, some white-apparelled object fell rattling within his arms. It was the skeleton of his wife in her yet unmolded shroud. A careful investigation rendered it evident that she had revived within 2 days after her entombment, that her struggles with the coffin had caused it to fall from a ledge or a shelf to the floor, where it was so broken as to permit her escape. A lamp which had been accidentally left full of oil within the tomb was found empty. It might have been exhausted, however, by evaporation. On the uttermost of the steps which led down into the dread chamber was a large fragment of the coffin, with which it seemed that she had endeavored to arrest attention by striking the iron door. While thus occupied, she probably swooned or possibly died through sheer terror, and in failing, her shroud became entangled in some iron which projected interiorly. Thus she remained, and thus she rotted, erect. In the year 1810, a case of living inhumation happened in France, attended with circumstances which go far to warrant the assertion that truth is indeed stranger than fiction. The heroine of the story was Mademoiselle Victorine Lafourcade, a young girl of illustrious family, of wealth, and of great personal beauty. Among her numerous suitors was Julien Bossuet, a poor litterateur or journalist of Paris. His talents and general amiability had recommended him to the notice of the heiress, by whom he seems to have been truly beloved. But her pride of birth decided her, finally, to reject him and to wed Monsieur Renel, a banker and diplomatist of some eminence. After marriage, however, this gentleman neglected and perhaps even more positively ill-treated her. Having passed with some wretched years, she died. At least her condition so closely resembled death as to deceive everyone who saw her. She was buried, not in a vault, but in an ordinary grave in the village of her nativity. Filled with despair, and still inflamed by the memory of a profound attachment, the lover journeys from the capital to the remote province in which the village lies, with the romantic purpose of disinterring the corpse and possessing himself of its luxuriant trusses. He reaches the grave. At midnight he unearths the coffin, opens it, and is in the act of detaching the hair when he is arrested by the unclosing of the beloved eyes. In fact, the lady had been buried alive. Vitality had not altogether departed, and she was aroused by the caresses of her lover from the lethargy which had been mistaken for death. He bore her frantically to his lodgings in the village. He employed certain powerful restoratives suggested by no little medical learning. In fine, she revived. She recognized her preserver. She remained with him until, by slow degrees, she fully recovered her original health. Her woman's heart was not adamant, and this last lesson of love sufficed to soften it. She bestowed it upon Bossuet. She returned no more to her husband, but concealing from him her resurrection, fled with her lover to America. 20 years afterward, the two returned to France, in the persuasion that time had so greatly altered the lady's appearance that her friends would be unable to recognize her. They were mistaken, however. At the first meeting, Monsieur Renel did actually recognize and make claim to his wife. This claim she resisted, and a judicial tribunal sustained her in her resistance, deciding that the peculiar circumstances, with the long lapse of years, had extinguished not only equitability but legally the authority of the husband. The Chirurgical Journal of Leipzig, a periodical of high authority and merit, which some American bookseller would do well to translate and republish, records in a late number a very distressing event of the character in question. An officer of artillery, a man of gigantic stature and robust health, being thrown from an unmanageable horse, received a very severe contusion upon the head, which rendered him insensible at once. The skull was slightly fractured, but no immediate danger was apprehended. Trepanning was accomplished successfully. He was bled, and many of the ordinary means of relief were adopted. Gradually, however, he fell into a more and more hopeless state of stupor, and finally it was thought that he had died. The weather was warm, and he was buried with indecent haste in one of the public cemeteries. His funeral took place on Thursday. On the Sunday following, the grounds of the cemetery were, as usual, much thronged with visitors, and about noon an intense excitement was created by the declaration of a peasant that, while sitting upon the grave of the officer, he had distinctly felt commotion of the earth, as if occasioned by someone struggling beneath. At first, little attention was paid to the man's asseveration, but his evident terror and the dogged obstinacy with which he persisted in his story had at length their natural effect upon the crowd. Spades were hurriedly procured, and the grave, which was shamefully shallow, had in a few minutes so far thrown open that the head of its occupant appeared. He was then seemingly dead, but he sat nearly erect within his coffin, the lid of which, in his fierce struggles, had been partially uplifted. He was forthwith conveyed to the nearest hospital and pronounced to still be living, although in asphytic condition. After some hours he revived, recognized individuals of his acquaintance, and in broken sentences spoke of his agonies in the grave. From what he related, it was clear that he must have been conscious of life for more than an hour while inhumed, before lapsing into insensibility. The grave was carefully and loosely filled with an enormous, exceedingly poor soil, and thus some air was necessarily admitted. He heard footsteps of the crowd overhead, and it endeavored to make himself heard in turn, and it was the tumult within the grounds of the cemetery, he said, which appeared to awaken him from a deep sleep. But no sooner was he awake than he became fully aware of the awful horrors of his position. This patient, it is recorded, was doing well, and seemed to be in a fair way of ultimate recovery, but fell victim to the quackeries of medical experiment. The galvanic battery was applied, and he suddenly expired in one of those ecstatic paroxysms which occasionally it superinduces. The mention of the galvanic battery nevertheless recalls to my memory a well-known and very extraordinary case where its action proved the means of restoring to animation a young attorney of London who had been interred for 2 days. This occurred in 1831 and created at the time a very profound sensation, where it was made the subject of converse. The patient, Mr. Edward Stapleton, had died, apparently of typhus fever. Oh, this is good. Let's try a different one. Let's try the Imp of the Perverse. Published in 1850 by Edgar Allan Poe. In the consideration of the faculties and impulses of the prima mobilia of the human soul, the phrenologists have failed to make room for a propensity which, although obviously existing as a radical, primitive, irreducible sentiment, has been equally overlooked by all the moralists who have preceded them. In the pure arrogance of the reason, we have overlooked it. We have suffered its existence to escape our senses, solely through want of belief, of faith, whether it be faith in revelation or faith in Kabbalah. The idea that it has never occurred to us simply because of its supererogation. We saw no need of the impulse, for the propensity. We could not perceive its necessity. We could not understand that it is to say, we could not have understood, had the notion of this primum mobile ever obtruded itself. We could not have understood in what manner it might be made to further the objects of humanity, either temporal or eternal. It cannot be denied that phrenology, and in great measure all metaphysicianism, have been concocted a priori. The intellectual or logical man, rather than the understanding of or observant man, set himself to imagine designs, to dictate purposes to God, having thus fathomed to his satisfaction the intentions of Jehovah. I don't know, this is no good either. About the unparalleled adventure of one Hans Pfaall. Find it here, let's see. There is, strictly speaking, but little similarity between this sketchy trifle and the very celebrated and very beautiful Moon Story of Mr. Locke. But, as both have the character of hoaxes, although one is in the tone of banter, the other of downright earnest, and as both hoaxes are on the same subject, the moon, the author of Hans Pfaall thinks it's necessary to say, in self-defense, that his own Jeu d'Esprit was published in the Southern Literary Messenger about 3 weeks previously to the appearance of Mr. Els in the New York Sun. Fancying a similarity which does not really exist, some of the New York papers copied Hans Pfaall and collated it with the hoax, with the view of detecting the writer of the one and the writer of the other. By late accounts from Rotterdam, the city seems to be in a high state of philosophical excitement. Indeed, phenomena have there occurred of a nature so completely unexpected, so entirely novel, so utterly at variance with preconceived opinions, as to leave no doubt on my mind that long ere this all Europe is in an uproar, all physics in a ferment, all reason and astronomy together by the ears. Date. As a vast crowd of people for purposes not specifically mentioned were assembled in the great square of the Exchange in the well-conditioned city of Rotterdam. The day was warm, unusually so for the season. There was hardly a breath of air stirring, and the multitude were in no bad humor at being now and then besprinkled with friendly showers of momentary duration that fell from large white masses of cloud which checkered in a fitful manner the blue vault of the firmament. Nevertheless, about noon, a slight but remarkable agitation became apparent in the assembly. The clattering of 10,000 tongues succeeded, and in an instant afterward 10,000 faces were upturned toward the heavens. 10,000 pipes descended simultaneously from the corners of 10,000 mouths, and a shout, which could be compared to nothing but the roaring of Niagara, resounded long, loudly, and furiously through all the environs of Rotterdam. The origin of this hubbub soon became sufficiently evident. From behind the huge bulk of one of those sharply defined masses of cloud already mentioned was seen slowly to emerge into an open area of blue space a queer, heterogeneous, but apparently solid substance, so oddly shaped, so whimsically put together as not to be in any manner comprehended and never to be sufficiently admired by the host of sturdy burghers who stood open-mouthed below. What could it be? In the name of all the vrouws and devils in Rotterdam, what could it possibly portend? No one knew. No one could imagine. No one, not even the burgomaster Mynheer Superbus von Underduck, had the slightest clue by which to unravel the mystery, so as nothing more reasonable could be done. Every one to a man replaced his pipe carefully in the corner of his mouth, and cocking up his right eye toward the phenomenon, puffed, paused, waddled about, and grunted significantly, then waddled back, grunted, paused, and finally puffed again. In the meantime, however, lower and still lower toward the goodly city came the object of so much curiosity, and the cause of so much smoke. In a very few minutes it arrived, near enough to be accurately discerned. It appeared to be, yes, it was undoubtedly a species of balloon. But surely no balloon had ever been seen in Rotterdam before. For who, let me ask, ever heard of a balloon manufactured entirely of dirty newspapers? No man in Holland, certainly not here, under the very noses of the people, or rather at some distance above their noses, was the identical thing in question, and composed, I have it on the best authority, of the precise material which no one had ever before known to be used for similar purpose. It was an egregious insult to the good sense of the burghers of Rotterdam. As to the shape of the phenomenon, it was even still more reprehensible, being little or nothing better than a huge fool's cap, turned upside down, and this similitude was regarded as by no means lessened when, upon nearer inspection, there was perceived a large tassel, depending from its apex and around the upper rim or base of the cone, a circle of little instruments, resembling cheek bells, which kept a continual tinkling to the tune of Betty Martin, but still worse, suspended by blue ribbons to the end of this fantastic machine, there hung, by way of car, an enormous drab beaver bat, which, with a brim superlatively broad, and a hemispherical crown with a black band and a silver buckle. It is, however, somewhat remarkable that many citizens of Rotterdam swore to having seen the same hat repeatedly before, and indeed the whole assembly seemed to regard with its eyes of familiarity, while the vrouw Gretel Fall, upon sight of it, uttered an exclamation of joyful surprise, and declared it to be the identical hat of her good man himself. Now this was a circumstance the more to be observed, as Fall, with 3 companions, had actually disappeared from Rotterdam about 5 years before, in a very sudden and unaccountable manner, and up to the date of this narrative, all attempts had failed of obtaining any intelligence concerning them whatsoever. To be sure, some bones, which were thought to be human, mixed up with a quantity of odd-looking rubbish, had been lately discovered in a retired situation to the east of Rotterdam, and some people went so far as to imagine that in this spot a foul murder had been committed, and that the sufferers were in all probability Hans Fall and his associates. But to return. The balloon, for such no doubt it was, had now descended to within 100 feet of the earth, allowing the crowd below a sufficiently distinct view of the person of its occupant. This was in truth a very droll little somebody. He could not have been more than 2 feet in height, but this altitude, little as it was, would have been sufficient to destroy his equilibrium and tilt him over the edge of his tiny car. But for the intervention of a circular rim reaching as high as the breast and rigged onto the cords of the balloon, the body of the little man was more than proportionately broad, giving to his entire figure a rotundity highly absurd. His feet, of course, could not be seen at all, although a horny substance of suspicious nature was occasionally protruded through a rent in the bottom of the car, or to speak more properly, in the top of the hat. His hands were enormously large. His hair was extremely gray, and collected in a queue behind. His nose was prodigiously long, crooked and inflammatory, his eyes full, brilliant, and acute. His chin and cheeks, although wrinkled with age, were broad, puffy, and double. But of ears of any kind or character there was not a semblance to be discovered upon any portion of his head. This odd little gentleman was dressed in a loose surtout of sky-blue satin, with tight breeches to match, fastened with silver buckles at the knee. knees. His vest was of some bright yellow material. A white taffety cap was set jauntily on the side of his head, and to complete his equipment, a blood-red silk handkerchief enveloped his throat and fell down in a dainty manner upon his bosom, in a fantastic bow knot of supereminent dimensions. Having descended, as I said before, to about 100 feet from the surface of the earth, the little old gentleman was seized with a fit of trepidation, and appeared disinclined to make any nearer approach to terra firma. Throwing out, therefore, a quantity of sand from a canvas bag which he lifted with great difficulty, he became stationary in an instant. He then proceeded in a hurried and agitated manner to extract from a side pocket in his surtout a large morocco pocketbook. This he poised suspiciously in his hand, then eyed it with an air of extreme surprise, and was evidently astonished at its weight. He at length opened it, and drawing there from a huge letter sealed with red sealing wax and tied carefully with red tape, let it fall precisely at the feet of the burgomaster, Superbus von Underduck. His Excellency stooped to take it up, but the aeronaut, still greatly discomposed, and having apparently no farther business to detain him in Rotterdam, began at this moment to make busy preparations for departure, and it being necessary to discharge a portion of ballast to enable him to reascend, the half-dozen bags which he threw out one after another, without taking the trouble to empty their contents, tumbled, every one of them, most unfortunately, upon the back of the burgomaster, and rolled him over, and no less than 21 times in the face of every man in Rotterdam. It was not supposed to be, however, that the great Underduck suffered this impertinence on the part of the little old man to pass off with impunity. It is said, on the contrary, that during each and every one of his and 20 circumvolutions, he emitted no less than 21 distinct and fierce whiffs from his pipe, to which he held fast the whole time with all his might, and to which he intends holding fast until the day of his death. In the meantime, the balloon arose like a lark, and soaring far away above the city, at length drifted quietly behind a cloud similar to that from which it had so oddly emerged, and was thus lost forever to the wondering eyes of the good citizens of Rotterdam. All attention was now directed to the letter, the descent of which had the consequences attending thereupon had proved so fatally subversive of both personal dignity to his Excellency, the illustrious Burgomaster Mynheer Superbus von Underduck. That functionary, however, had not failed, during his circumgyratory movements, to bestow a thought upon the important subject of securing the packet in question, which was seen, upon inspection, to have fallen into the most proper hands, being actually addressed to himself and Professor Rubadub in their official capacities as of President and Vice President of the Rotterdam College of Astronomy. It was accordingly opened by those dignitaries upon the spot, and found to contain the following extraordinary and indeed very serious communications. To their Excellencies, von Underduck and Rubadub, President and Vice President of the State's College of Astronomers in the city of Rotterdam. Your Excellencies may perhaps be able to remember an humble artisan by the name of Hans Pfaall, and by occupation a mender of bellows, who, with 3 others, disappeared from Rotterdam about 5 years ago in a manner which have been considered by all parties at once sudden and extremely unaccountable. If, however, it so please your Excellencies, I, the writer of this communication, am the identical Hans Pfaall himself. It is well known to most of my fellow citizens that for the period of 40 years I continued to occupy the little square brick building at the head of the alley called Sauerkraut, in which I resided at the time of my disappearance. My ancestors have also resided there in time, out of mind, they as well myself, steadily following the respectable and indeed lucrative profession of mending the bellows. For to speak the truth, until of years later, the heads of all the people have been set agog with politics. No better business than my own could an honest citizen of Rotterdam either desire or deserve. Credit was good, employment was never wanting, and on all hands there was no lack of either money or goodwill. But as I was saying, we soon began to feel the effects of liberty and long speeches and radicalism and all that sort of thing. People who were formerly the very best customers in the world had now not a moment of time to think about us at all. They had, so they said, as much as they could do to read about the revolutions and keep up with the march of intellect and the spirit of the age. If a fire wanted fanning, it could readily be fanned with a newspaper, and as the government grew weaker, I have no doubt that leather and iron acquired durability in proportion. For in a very short time there was not a pair of bellows in all of Rotterdam that was ever stood in need of a stitch or required the assistance of a hammer. This was the state of things not to be endured. I soon grew as poor as a rat, and having a wife and children to provide for, my burdens at length became intolerable, and I spent an hour after hour in reflecting upon the most convenient method of putting an end to my life. Duns, in the meantime, left me little leisure for contemplation. My house was literally besieged from morning till night, so that I began to rave and foam and fret like a caged tiger against the bars of his enclosure. There were 3 fellows in particular who worried me beyond endurance, keeping watch continually about my door and threatening me with the law. Upon these 3 I internally vowed the bitterest revenge, if I ever should be so happy as to get them within my clutches, and I believe nothing in the world but the pleasure of this anticipation prevented me from putting my plan of suicide into immediate execution by blowing my brains out with a blunderbuss. I thought it best, however, to dissemble my wrath and to treat them with promises and fair words, until, by some good turn of fate, an opportunity of vengeance should be afforded me. One day, having given my creditors the slip and feeling more than usually dejected, I continued for a long time to wander about the most obscure streets without object whatever, until at length I chanced to stumble against the corner of a bookseller's stall. Seeing a chair close at hand for the use of customers, I threw myself doggedly into it, and hardly knowing why, opened the pages of the first volume which came within my reach. It proved to be a small pamphlet treatise on the speculative astronomy, written either by Professor Encke of Berlin or by a Frenchman of somewhat similar name. I had some little tincture of information on matters of this nature, and soon became more and more absorbed in the contents of the book, reading it actually through twice before I woke to a recollection of what was passing around me. By this time it began to grow dark, and I directed my steps towards home. But the treatise had made an indelible impression on my mind, and as I sauntered along on the dusky streets, I revolved carefully over in my memory the wild and sometimes unintelligible reasonings of the writer. There are some particular passages which affected my imagination in a powerful and extraordinary manner. The longer I meditated upon these, the more intense grew the interest which had excited within me. The limited nature of my education in general, and more especially my ignorance on subjects connected with natural philosophy, so far rendering me diffident of my own ability to comprehend what I had read, or inducing me to mistrust the many vague notions which had arisen in consequence, merely served as a farther stimulus to my imagination. I was vain enough, or perhaps reasonable enough, to doubt whether those crude ideas which, arising in ill-regulated minds, have all the appearance, may not often in effect possess all the force, the reality of other inherent properties of instinct or intuition. Whether to proceed a step farther, profundity itself might not, in matters of a purely speculative nature, he detected as a legitimate source of falsity and error. In other words, I believed and still do believe that truth is frequently of its own essence, superficial, and that in many cases the depth lies more in the abysses where we seek her than in the actual situations where she may be found. Nature herself seemed to afford me corroboration of these ideas. In the contemplation of the heavenly bodies, it struck me forcibly that I could not distinguish a star with nearly as much precision when I gazed on it with the earnest and direct undeviating attention as when I suffered my eye only to glance in its vicinity alone. I was not, of course, at the time aware that this apparent paradox was occasioned by the center of the visual area being less susceptible of the feeble impressions of light than the exterior portions of the retina. This knowledge and some of another kind came afterwards in the course of an eventful 5 years, during which I have dropped the prejudices of my former humble situation in life and forgotten the bellows mender and far different occupations. But the epoch of which I speak, the analogy with which a casual observation of a star offered to the conclusions I had already drawn, struck me with the force of positive confirmation, and I then finally made up my mind to the course which I afterwards pursued. It was late when I reached home, and I went immediately to bed. My mind, however, was much too occupied to sleep, and I lay the whole night buried in meditation, arising early in the morning and contriving again to escape the vigilance of my creditors. I repaired eagerly to the bookseller's stall and laid out what little ready money I possessed, and the purchase of some volumes of mechanics and practical astronomy. Having arrived at home safely with these, I devoted every spare moment to their usual perusal, and soon after made such proficiency in studies of this nature as I thought sufficient for the execution of my plan. In the intervals of this period, I made every endeavor to conciliate the three creditors who had given me so much annoyance. In this I finally succeeded, partly by selling enough of my household furniture to satisfy a moiety of their claim, and partly by promise of paying the balance upon completion of a little project which I told them I had in view, and for assistance in which I solicited their services. By these means, for they were ignorant men, I found little difficulty in gaining them over to my purpose. Matters being thus arranged, I contrived, by the aid of my wife, and with great secrecy and caution, to dispose of what property I had remaining, and to borrow in small sums, under various pretenses, and without paying any attention to my future means of repayment, no inconsiderable quantity of ready money. With the means thus accruing, I proceeded to procure at intervals cambric muslin, very fine, in pieces of 12 yards, twine, a lot of the varnish of a katushk, a large and deep basket of wickerwork made to order, and several other articles necessary in the construction and equipment of a balloon of extraordinary dimensions. This I directed my wife to make up as soon as possible, and gave her all the requisite information as to the particular method of proceeding. In the meantime, I worked up the twine into a network of sufficient dimensions, rigged it with a hoop and the necessary cords, bought a quadrant, a compass, a spyglass, a common barometer with some important modifications, and two astronomical instruments not so generally known. I then took opportunities of conveying by night to a retired situation east of Rotterdam 5 iron-bound casks to contain about 50 gallons each, and one of a larger size, 6 tinned ware tubes, 3 inches in diameter, properly shaped and 10 feet in length, a quantity of a particular metallic substance or semi-metal which I shall not name, and a dozen demijohns of a very common acid. The gas to be formed from these latter materials is a gas never yet generated by any other person than myself, or at least never applied to any similar purpose. The secret I would make no difficulty in disclosing, but that of right belongs to a citizen of Nantes in France, by whom it was conditionally communicated to myself. The same individual submitted to me, without being at all aware of my attentions, a method of constructing balloons from the membrane of a certain animal, through which substance any escape of gas was nearly an impossibility. I found, however, altogether too expensive, and was not sure, upon the whole, whether cambric muslin with a coating of gum caoutchouc was not equally as good. I mention this circumstance because I think it probable that hereafter the individual in question may attempt a balloon ascension with the novel gas and material I have spoken of, and I do not wish to deprive him the honor of a very singular invention. On the spot which I intended each of the smaller casks to occupy, relatively during the inflation of the balloon, I privately dug a hole 2 feet deep, the holes forming in this manner a circle 25 feet in diameter. In the center of this circle being the station designed for the large cask, I also dug a hole 3 feet in depth. In each of the 5 smaller holes I deposited a canister containing 50 pounds, and a larger one a keg holding 150 pounds of cannon powder. The keg and canisters I connected to a proper manner with covered trains, and having let into one of the canisters at the end of about 4 feet of slow match, I covered up the hole and placed the cask over it, leaving the other end of the match protruding about an inch and barely visible beyond the cask. I then filled up the remaining holes and placed the barrels over them in their destined situation. Besides the articles I have enumerated, I conveyed to the depot, and there secreted one of M. Grimm's improvements upon the apparatus for condensation of the atmospheric air. I found this machine, however, to require considerable alteration before it could be adapted to the purposes to which I intended making it applicable. But with severe labor and unremitting perseverance, I at length met with entire success in my preparations. My balloon was soon completed. It would contain more than 40,000 cubic feet of gas, and would take me up easily, I calculated, with all my implements, and I managed rightly with 175 pounds of ballast into the bargain. It had received 3 coats of varnish, and I found the cambric muslin to answer all the purposes of silk itself quite as strong and a good deal less expensive. Everything now ready, I exacted my wife an oath of secrecy in relation to all my actions, and from the day of my visit to the bookseller's stall, and promising on my part to return as soon as circumstances would permit, I gave her what little money I had left and bade her farewell. Indeed, I had no fear on her account. She was what people call a notable woman, and could manage matters in the world without my assistance. I believe, to tell the truth, she always looked upon me as an idle boy, a mere make-weight, good for nothing but building castles in the air, and was rather glad to get rid of me. It was a dark night when I bade her goodbye, and taking with me, as aides de camp, the 3 creditors who had given me so much trouble, we carried the balloon with the car and accoutrements by a roundabout way to the station where the other articles were deposited. We there found them all unmolested and proceeded immediately to business. It was the 1st of April. The night, as I said before, was dark. There was not a star to be seen, and a drizzling rain, falling in intervals, rendered us very uncomfortable. But my chief anxiety was concerning the balloon, which, in spite of the varnish with which it was defended, began to grow rather heavy with the moisture. The powder also was liable to damage. I therefore kept my 3 duns, working with great diligence, pounding down ice around the central cask and stirring the acid in the others. They did not cease, however, importuning me with questions as to what I intended to do with all this apparatus, and expressed much dissatisfaction at the terrible labor I made them undergo. They could not perceive, so they said, what good was likely to result from them getting wet to the skin, and merely to take part in such a horrible incantations. I began to get uneasy, and worked away with all my might, for I verily believed the idiots I supposed that I had entered into a compact with the devil, and that, in short, what I was now doing was nothing better than it should be. I was therefore in great fear of their leaving me altogether. I contrived, however, to pacify them by promises of payment of all scores in full, as soon as I could bring the present business to termination. To these speeches they gave, of course, their own interpretation, fancying, no doubt, that at all events I should come into possession of vast quantities of ready money, and provided I paid them all I owed, and a trifle more in consideration of their services, I dare say they cared very little what became of either my soul or my carcass. In about 4 hours and a half I found the balloon sufficiently inflated. I attached the car, therefore, and put all of my implements in it, not forgetting the condensing apparatus and copious supply of water and a large quantity of provisions such as a pemmican. It's a concentrated mixture of fat and protein used as a nutritious food, in which much nutriment was contained in comparatively little bulk. I also secured in the car a pair of pigeons and a cat. It was now nearly daybreak, and I thought it high time to take my departure. Dropping a lighted cigar on the ground as if by accident, I took the opportunity, in stooping to pick it up, of igniting privately the piece of slow match, whose end, as I said before, protruded very little beyond the lower rim of the smaller casks. This maneuver was totally unperceived on the part of the 3 duns, and jumping into the car, I immediately cut the cord which held me to the earth, and was pleased to find that I shot upward, carrying with all ease 175 pounds of leaden ballast, and able to have carried up as many more. Scarcely, however, I attained the height of 50 yards, when, roaring and rumbling after me, the most horrible and tumultuous manner, came so dense a hurricane of fire and smoke and sulphur and legs and arms and gravel and burning wood and blazing metal, that my very heart sunk within me, and I fell down in the bottom of the car, trembling with unmitigated terror. Indeed, I now perceived that I had entirely overdone the business, and the main consequence of the shock were yet to be experienced. Accordingly, in less than a second, I felt all the blood in my body rushing to my temples, and immediately thereupon a concussion which I shall never forget burst abruptly through the night and seemed to rip the very firmament asunder. When I afterward had a time for reflection, I did not fail to attribute the extreme violence of the explosion as regarded myself to its proper cause, my situation directly above it, and in the line of its greatest power, but at first I thought only of preserving my life. The balloon at first collapsed, then furiously expanded, then whirled around and drunken with a horrible velocity, and finally, reeling and staggering like a drunken man, hurled me with a great force over the rim of the car, and left me dangling at a terrific height with my head downward and my face outwards by a piece of slender cord about 3 feet in length, which hung accidentally through a crevice near the bottom of the wickerwork. and in which, as I fell, my left foot became most providentially entangled. It is impossible, utterly impossible, to form any adequate idea of the horror of my situation. I gasped convulsively for breath. A shudder resembling a fit of the ague agitated every nerve and muscle of my frame. I felt my eyes starting from their sockets. A horrible nausea overwhelmed me, and at length I fainted away. How long I remained in this state it is impossible to say. It must, however, have been no inconsiderable time, for when I partially recovered the sense of existence, I found the day breaking, the balloon at a prodigious height over a wilderness of ocean, and not a trace of land to be discovered far and wide within the limits of the vast horizon. My sensations, however, upon this recovery were by no means so rife with agony as I might have anticipated. Indeed, there was as much of incipient madness in the calm survey which I began to take of my situation. I drew up to my eyes each of my hands, one after the other, and wondered what occurrence could have given rise to the swelling of the veins and the horrible blackness of the fingernails. I afterward carefully examined my head, shaking it repeatedly and feeling it with minute attention, until I succeeded in satisfying myself that it was not, as I had more than half suspected, larger than my balloon. Then, in a knowing manner, I felt both my breeches pockets, and missing therefrom a set of tablets and toothpick case, endeavored to account for their disappearance, and not being able to do so, felt inexpressibly chagrined. It now occurred to me that I suffered great uneasiness in the joint of my left ankle, and a dim consciousness of my situation began to glimmer through my mind. But strange to say, I was neither astonished nor horror-stricken. If I felt any emotion at all, it was a kind of chuckling satisfaction at the cleverness I was about to display in extricating myself from this dilemma. And I never for a doubt looked upon my ultimate safety as a question susceptible of doubt. For a few minutes I remained wrapped up in the profoundest meditation. I have distinct recollection of frequently compressing my lips, putting my forefinger to the side of my nose, and making use of other gesticulations and grimaces common to men who, at ease in their armchairs, meditate upon matters of intricacy and importance. Having, as I thought, sufficiently collected my ideas, I now, with great caution and deliberation, put my hands behind my back and unfastened the large iron buckle which belonged to the waistband of my inexpressibles. This buckle had 3 teeth, which, being somewhat rusty, turned with great difficulty on their axis. I brought them, however, after some trouble, at right angles to the body of the buckle, and was able to find them remain firm in that position. Holding the instrument thus obtained within my teeth, I now proceeded to untie the knot of my cravat, and I began to rest several times before I could accomplish this maneuver. But it was at length accomplished. To one end of the cravat I then made fast the buckle, and the other end I tied for greater security tightly around my wrist. Drawing now my body upwards with a prodigious exertion of muscular force, I succeeded at the very first trial in throwing the buckle over the car, entangling it as I had anticipated in the circular rim of the wicker work. This is long. Happy 420, everybody. Happy 420. All right. Whew. Sometimes logging out of Facebook and logging back in can fix problems with the video. Okay, so let's set a timer for 15 minutes.
Okay, your timer's...
Let's just do a poem by M. We're not going to finish that one. Happiest Day by Edgar Allan Poe. The happiest day, the happiest hour, my seared and blighted heart hath known. The highest hope of pride and power, I feel hath flown. Of power, said I, yes, such I ween. But they have vanished long, alas. The visions of my youth have been, let them pass. And pride, what have I now with thee? Another brow may even inherit the venom thou hast poured on me. Be still, my spirit. The happiest day, the happiest hour, mine eyes shall have ever seen. The brightest glance of pride and power, my feet have been. Now, were that hope of pride and power now offered with the pain, Even then I felt that brightest hour I would not live again. For on its wing was dark alloy, at its fluttered fell, an essence powerful to destroy a soul that knew it well. A Dream Within a Dream, another poem by Edgar Allan Poe. Take this kiss upon the brow, and in parting from you now, thus much let me avow, you are not wrong who deem that my days have been a dream. Yet if hope is flown away, in a night or in a day, in a vision or in none, is it therefore the less gone? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. Wholly few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep. While I weep, oh God, can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? Oh God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Let's try The City in the Sea. Lo, death has reared himself a throne in a city lying alone, far down within the dim west, where the good and the bad and the worst and the best have gone to their eternal rest. Their shrines and palaces and towers, time-eaten towers that tremble not, resemble nothing that is ours. Around by lifting winds forgot, resignedly beneath the sky, the melancholy waters lie. No rays from the holy heaven come down on the long nighttime of that town. With a light from out the lurid sea, streams up the turrets silently, gleams up the pinnacles far and free, up domes, up spires, up kingly halls, up fanes, up Babylon like walls, up shadowy long-forgotten bowers of sculptured ivy and stone flowers, up many and many a marvelous shrine whose wreathed friezes intertwine, the violet and the vine, resignedly beneath the sky. The melancholy waters lie, so blend the turrets and shadows there, that all seem pendulous in the air, while from a proud tower in the town death looks gigantically down. Their open fanes and gaping graves yawn level with the luminous waves, but not the riches there that lie in each idol's diamond eye, not the gaily jeweled dead tempt the waters from their bed, for no ripples curl, alas, along that wilderness of glass. No swellings tell that winds may be upon some far-off happier sea. No heavings hint that winds have been on seas less hideously serene. But lo, a stir is in the air, the wave, there is a moment there, as if the towers had thrust aside, in slightly sinking the dull tide, as if their tops had feebly given a void within the filmy heaven. The waves have now a redder glow, the hours are breathing faint and low, and when amid no earthly moans, down and down that town shall settle hence, hell rising from 1,000 thrones shall do it reverence. Hey, Damo. I do, Michelle. You got me. Let's see. Let's try A Dream. A Dream by Edgar Allan Poe. In visions of the dark night, I have dreamed of joy departed, but a waking dream of life and light hath left me broken-hearted. Ah, what is not a dream by day, to him whose eyes are cast on things around him with a ray, turned back upon the past? That holy dream, while the world were chiding, hath cheered me as a lovely beam, a lonely spirit guiding. What though that light, though through storm and night, so trembled from afar, what could be more purely bright in truth's day star? There's a sonnet by Edgar Allan Poe called Silence. There are some qualities, some incorporate things, that have a double life, which thus is made, a type of that twin entity which springs from matter and light evinced in solid and shade. There is twofold silence, sea and shore, body and soul, one dwells in lonely places, newly with grass o'ergrown some solemn graces. Some human memories and tearful lore render him terrorless, his name's no more. He is the corporate silence, dread him not, no power hath he of evil in himself. But should some urgent fate, ultimate untimely lot, bring thee to meet his shadow, nameless elf, that haunteth the lone regions where hath trod no foot of man, commend them thyself to God. Let's see. Let's try Fairyland. Dim vales and shadowy floods and cloudy-looking woods, whose forms we can't discover, for the tears that drip all over. Huge moons there wax and wane, again, 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 every moment of the night, forever changing places, and they put out the starlight with the breath from their pale faces. About 12 by the moon dial, one more filmy than the rest, a kind which upon trial they have found to be the best. Comes down, still down and down, with its center on the crown of a mountain's eminence, while its wide circumference in easy drapery falls over hamlets, over halls, wherever they may be, over the strange woods or the sea, over spirits on the wing, over every drowsy thing, and buries them up quite in a labyrinth of light. And then how deep, oh deep, and is the passion of their sleep. In the morning they arise, and their moony covering is soaring in the skies, with the tempests as they toss, like almost anything, or a yellow albatross. They use that moon no more for the same end as before, videlicet a tent, which I think extravagant, in atomies, however, in a shower dissever, of which those butterflies of earth who seek the skies, and so come down again, never contented things, have brought a specimen upon their quivering wings. Indeed, Remskiller. Hey, Jack, cheers to you. Let's try, To My Mother. Let's try that one. Because I feel that in heavens above, the angels whispering to one another can find among their burning terms of love none so devotional as that of mother. Therefore, by that dear name I long have called you, you who are more than mother unto me, and fill my heart of hearts where death installed you, and setting my Virginia's spirit free, my mother, my own mother who died early, was but the mother of myself, but you are mother to the one I love so dearly, and thus are dearer than the mother I knew by that infinity with which my wife was dearer to my soul than its soul life. An enigma. Seldom we find, says Solomon Don Dunce, half an idea in the profoundest sonnet. Though all the flimsy things we see at once, as easily as through a Naples bonnet. Trash of all trash, how can a lady don it? Yet heavier far than your Pertichan stuff, owl downy nonsense with the faintest puff, twirls into trunk paper so while you con it, and veritably soul is right enough. The general Tucker mantities are errant, bubbles of Firmo and so transparent. But this is now, and you may depend upon it, stable, opaque, immortal, all by dint of the dear names that lie concealed within it. Let's try the Colosseum. Type of the antique Rome, rich reliquary of what is that? Container for holy relics. Type of the antique Rome, rich reliquary of lofty contemplation left to time by buried centuries of pomp and power. At length, after so many days of weary pilgrimage and burning thirst, of thirst for the springs of lore that in thee lie, I kneel an altered and humble man with thy shadows, and so drink within my very soul thy grandeur, gloom, and glory, vastness and age and memories of eld, silence and desolation and dim night, gaunt vestibules and phantom-peopled aisles. I feel ye now, I feel ye in ye strength, O spells more than sure than ere Judean king taught in the gardens of Gethsemane. O charms more potent than the rapt Chaldee ever drew down from the quiet stars. Here and where a hero fell, a column falls. Here, where the mimic eagle glared in gold, a midnight vigil holds the swarthy bat. Here, where the dames of Rome their yellow hair wave to the wind, and now wave the reed and thistle. Here, where on ivory throne the Caesar sate, on bed of moss lies gloating the foul adder. Here, where on golden couch the monarch lolled, LOL'd. I don't think that glides spectre-like unto his marble home, lit by the wan light of the horned moon, the swift and silent lizard of the stones. These crumbling walls, these tottering arcades, these moldering plinths, these sad and blackened shafts, the vague entablatures, this broken frieze, these shattered cornices, this wreck, this ruin, these stones, alas, these grey stones, are they all of the great and the colossal left by the corrosive hours to fate and me? Not all, the echoes answer me, not all. Prophetic sounds and loud arise forever from us, from all the ruin unto the wise, as in the days from Memnon to the sun. We rule the hearts of the mightiest men, we rule, with a despotic sway, all giant minds. We are not desolate, we pallid stones. Not all our power is gone, not all our fame, not all the magic of our high renown, not all the wonder that encircles us, not all the mysteries that in us lie, not all the memories that hang upon and cling around about us as a garment, clothing us in a robe of more than glory. All right. I'll try to help you out. There, Ramskiller, let's see here. Good night, old friends and new. All right. We've come to the anticlimax once again. Dang it. I didn't order the pills. I gotta order new pills tomorrow. All right, so some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 692 pills, 692 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she now, hell, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years. Good night, Damo. At least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harness the power of Grayskull, Pete, repeat, and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab and see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college drive I spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies, the Supermen, and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take to call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. You equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Pill number 692 down the hatch. We are robot. All right. Oh, I'm gonna miss you all. Thank you for being here. Dang it. All right. This is the house that Jack built. This is the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cock that crowed in the morn that woke the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the farmer that sowed the corn that fed the cock that crowed in the morn that woke the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. Good night, Michelle. Rams Killer, I'll probably take a shower either during the day tomorrow or do a double live for tomorrow night. I'm not sure which. I don't know. But we'll get that whistle clean soon. Dang it. All right. I love you all. Come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you, and you'll have things you want to talk about, and so will I. I love you all. Good night. I love you all.